It is Wednesday, my dudes. Another day without a looming apocalypse. Another week. Another MSQ stream. Get into it. Tataru has probably a job for us. Gotta stay employed. Despite the Scions technically being disbanded, at least officially, according to reports. We're still doing stuff. So Tataru, what you got? Last time there was a quest involving Tataru with a little question mark gift box as a reward. It was either drip, like in Post-Heavensward, or a Grahatia minion. Alrighty. How lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Okay. Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Food. Snacks. Give. God, those muffins look good. Ooh, are those macarons?
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand.
Sure.
I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it.
I mean, aren't you about to try being a business tycoon?
What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
I'm still mulling it over. Considering for the past however much time it's been.
I hope you weren't thinking of asking me for advice. Though if you are open to suggestions, I might have one for you.
Oh?
You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
You're right. Who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered. There's plenty about the planet and also the universe we just don't know.
Oh, that's the spirit. I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly.
I'm pretty sure if there's a fire in my belly, that's a medical issue, but carry on.
Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me.
Thank you, I'm very bad at making decisions.
Thavner, that's where you should go next.
I mean, the sky do be normal there again. And the
I
music's
doubt you
nice.
were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzatan the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Ritra would be pleased to see you.
True.
Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance.
Also true.
Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
FFXIV really did just straight up say, "Go see the world, dumbass."
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress.
You drip?
Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Make sure it has pockets. I can't hold all my eggs in every little pocket that I've got.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care.
God, she's so cute. The best
Just a
Scion.
little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement.
I mean, yeah, the last 2 times you gave each up were pretty good. Granted, I'm gonna be honest. The post-Stormblood trip has some slight issues, mainly on the pieces having a hard time meshing with any other sets. What the heavens were a drip. Ooh. Had that on my bar glam for a while.
I'm one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
I'm scared now. Also the job gear. I mean, if you made / designed that stuff's pretty good.
I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
That's what my chocobo saddlebag is for, though.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Oh god, I'm just dead. Beast. What the fuck? Wait a minute, is that?
And thus I am returned.
Is that Xenos' avatar? Alright, we got the title drop. Newfound adventure.
Ah, you're awake.
Ah, you're finally awake. Tried to sneak past the border, did you? Along with that horse thief there. Yeah, but, you know, good nap.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
No, it's fine. If it means there's pockets, that's good.
You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Gone are the days of her sneaking me into a room, trying to get me into a fitting without me actually knowing. Diamond Forge? Where's that again? Okay, okay, that's out. That's in Ravenstal. Okay. Sometimes the terminology kind of throws me off. I was like, wait, since when is it called that? Alright. Just gonna... Ah, here we go. Observe as the artist refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment, you'll see. Falls asleep in the middle of measurements. A little more room in the shoulders. Open up the calves. A final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Ooh. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? Why is there a wig on the mannequin? But yeah, that's really good. I'm so glad you approve. You got you done yourself, Tataru. Oh, stop, you'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. Look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Tataru Taru's boutique. Oh, so I'm advertisement now. That's fine. I can hear it now. The merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Oh, that's... Wayfarers. Oh. I think I've seen some people wearing, like, the necklace. It is really nice. Oh, that is going straight into my glamour dresser. How about this one? Ooh. Okay, that actually looks nice. Oh, the boots. Those are nice boots. Alright, let's check the gloves. Ooh, that left glove is nice. Okay, it's got like a asymmetrical situation going on. And the shirt. He got a cape. I haven't really been the biggest fan of how the cape physics have, or at least like how the, like, half of a cape is just stuck to your butt. It's still cool. And she gave us a knife. Hell yeah. Got like a little bag here. Hopefully plenty of pockets. No pants though. Oh, and it's dyeable. Okay, so it's just the shirt part that... Ooh, that dyes. Okay. Okay, okay, I see you, Tataru. Man, this is really nice. Give me the drip, Tataru. Imagining merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a new, fresh chapter in your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Well, I do have my quest journal. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant. Or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Why do I feel like that might be foreshadowing? It is very... Oh, collection expanded, the unending codex. Oh. So it's basically just lore. Characters and concept. Oh, that is cool. Available under collection in the duties section of the main menu. Okay. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the codex as you progress through the main scenario quests. Alright. It's like a little compendium. You have advice for me, Tataru? Let's go. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect to see rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Dagner, I suggest you explore your options at Merid's Mayan. Ehane, the finest drinking establishment routes at hand. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale-tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Conrad, and may fair fortune find you. That was like 3 starting words in a row that... fair fortunes find you. Oh god. Words. Anyway. Ratahan. Oh, we'll be getting the daytime music. I have heard it before, but it's always nice to hear when I do visit Ratahan. Oh, it's like I do mixing drinks. What the? Squeenix, can we get this as an emote, please? Pretty please. Okay, the place is more populated. Whoa. Hey, yo, this dude's got, like, flaming red hair and green tips. What the heck? Kinda Christmassy. Or actually more like a... maybe like a mango or something? Okay, and we got... oh, we got, like, straight-up dancers, like the actual, like, combat job. And in the job gear, no less. Well... if you can't beat him. Join him. Oh, Millie, you. Aw, she's okay. Oh, that's an interesting outfit she's got going on. Okay. So that's, I'm guessing, a combination of one of the Polaka shirts. Looks to maybe be scouting? Or at least one with the same model. And then they've got the Thavnir armlets. From the, at least the, generic glamour version of the, dancer starting gear. And then you've got work pants of aiming. Oh, it might be the Polaka aiming shirt then. Maybe. They've got the Thavnirian shoes. Huh. Actually works very well in terms of set. Write that down, write that down! And who knew you can get potential glamour inspiration just from looking at someone? Milil. Give me the deets. Welcome to Mary's Mehane. Hello. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? I have one regular, a historian, in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jolene. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mehane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Mary had found out I took coin from Thavnir's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. I don't... I don't know, maybe not with the special treatment. I can pay. I have at least 400k gil on in my pockets right now, and that's not counting what I have on the retainers. Okay, I guess it's on the house. Hello. Yes. Following event coming. Oh, okay. It's one of those conversational things. All right. Let's do this. Telling me your secrets, old man. Oh, the jazzy music. But what am I doing for you, my Eorzean friend? How'd you know I was Eorzean? Anyway. Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Bingo. Here we are, one of Merit's finest. Enjoy! Ah, lovely. Bottoms up! What if I just keep buying him drinks and just get him completely distracted? Jolene empties the cup in a single pull. Oh, he chugged it! Okay. Sir, what the fuck? That was very kind of you, sir. But know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Ah, he's wise. Tell me about the sunken city, my dude. Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadal? He was Han of the Ari tribe which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Razat-Han. Did they emigrate from the steppe? His decision to aid the Akasodara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gazasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state.
The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson Al-Zadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Razathan's earlier days.
So is the Al-Zadal family the, line of satraps, including, a high one?
Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there's the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Al-Zadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the ocean, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razathan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune. Precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in my... Oh, my cup appears to be empty.
Elil, another round for the professor! Hydrate this man!
Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer.
I mean, I want to call myself sharp. But thanks. Another for the professor.
Ooh, today was a splendid day to visit the Mayane.
God, apparently my old man voice is out of practice. Jolene gulps down his newest drink with gusto.
Whoa, wait. Yes, those who returned from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur, a spirituous, potable. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have... no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself.
I'm no stranger to peril.
Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced?
Alright, we starting from the top or are we picking the biggest one? There we go.
The very edge of existence. For anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Malil, more the same, if you please.
As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Jolene drains yet another cup dry. Oh no. He's not gonna talk to me anymore, is he?
Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose I would hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. She could only get it from some merchant. What was his name? I forget. Let's just drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Hey Lil, more drinks.
Water, hydrate him, please. Did I just wink? Your drink, sir?
Marvelous. I am parched.
There you go, dude. Hydrate. Jolene gulps down the cup of water.
That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning.
Oh my god.
I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me. I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mehane's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune.
You have prepared to learn all that Jolene has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Cool. Malil? Oh, I gotta find the guy. Okay. Oh. That was easy. Sorry, just had to hydrate myself. Okay. Dude's got a mostly Palicus set. Looks to be... Give me a sec. It's not casting. Probably healing then, because... Remember... yeah, excuse me. If I remember correctly, it's just casting and healing that has the little train on the shirt. Got the Palico pants. Probably also the Palaka shoes. I would have to double check. The gloves, however, I think are something entirely different. Or even something unique. I don't think I've seen those gloves before. Anyway. Yes, I am Azama. And who might you be? A lot of things. All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search for Azdahal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting for Azadal's the third's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysteries and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me. How he convinced a merchant to the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, some Zashal I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins lies the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Azadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Oh! I see! My condolences. That got real dark real quick. Anyway, let's find this merchant. Am I gonna have to take a loan from Chicharu to pay him? Oh, jeez.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
Are you related to the baby that we rescued that one time?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake?
Yes.
What have you to offer in payment?
Your mum!
As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name.
Don't like that guy.
This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
Oh.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly.
This feels like a potential scam.
This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
Is this an act? What? Stinian! Does he even have the money to buy a map? Also, new does?
What have you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
He's just standing there like, sir, I'm just existing. Stinian!
A fortune, you say?
Oh no. Right, I forgot. He's technically still employed. Gotta earn his keep.
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
It feels a little too good to be true for this kid to be just advertising that, but like, also... damn it. Can't say no to that.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
You have money? That actually worked. Estonian, was that your entire life savings?
Well met, my friend.
Yeah, long time no see. It's been, what, a week? We're bringing the kid, right?
For adventure.
So are you. Granted, you're a bit dressed down. Not much armor going on.
But why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
What a coincidence. It's like... Oh. He's such a himbo.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
You're excused. Bram.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
He recognized us. I see. Oh, kid. Okay, I guess the kid might be legit.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
Yes. I never took you for a treasure hunter.
Unless you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself.
Oh, it's not for your income. I see.
If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days.
True. I guess similar to the treasure that was found in Duncan's city of Scalig in Alamigo.
I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Yeah, that. Aw. You're good, Agustinian.
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
He do talk a lot very easily, yes. But hey, it's part of his charm.
Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Oh, he wasn't legit.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims.
Okay, yeah.
Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough.
Oh. The merchant using him for advertisement?
Some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent. Whether the map leads us to the vault or not.
Yeah, that's a strong if. Considering the vibe that merchant was giving me, I wouldn't put him past him to just not be paying the kid. Which is not good. Oh, you're giving it to me?
You are coming along, yes?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yes. Naturally, I'm not going to ask about splitting the expenses.
I thought as much.
Listen, if he was able to confidently pay that much for a map...
Let's see about securing a vessel.
He's probably been getting paid well enough by Vrucha. Hopefully. At least, fingers crossed, it didn't cost as much as his hair tie. You'll recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vutra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hannish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in Lotsburg. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with his ship fit for the open seas. Otzi is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to the Archaeology to see if he can help us. Oh, he's been training people. Look at you, Stinian, being a job mentor. Growth. Alrighty. And I think, at least for this current arc that's going on, since we're in Thavnair doing stuff in Thavnair, be switching between Dancer and Red Mage, since Dancer, at least in terms of lore, originated from Thavnair, and my current Red Mage Glam has some Thavnairian clothing on it. It just feels right, you know? Oh, you changed your... Why did you change your outfit between then and now? Was this armor underneath your shirt the entire time? I'm hoping to hire a ship, of course, rather than buy one. My funds would not stretch quite that far. He's like, I may have money, but not that much. Hey friends, what brings you to our humble village? Yeah, we need a boat. Hopefully a good one. So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Aww. You gotta know that the kid's following us, right? Have you noticed our little shadow? It's been following us since we left the city. Okay, so you noticed it too. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beasts? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnair? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the bleeding orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done, and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... Well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. Hello. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. Oh god, that lighting was nice. The map you bought is very real, but as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, but the ruins... About the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. I should have more friends with you. You should have more friends with you. Maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins will hold danger, but I assure you between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Well, now you've gone and made him cry. Good job, Astinian. I did not... That was not my intention. Well, initially I would have been like, oh yeah, let's go call our friends. I can't pass up an opportunity to troll Astinian. Oh, very well. Assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Let's see. Thankard and Nurianje got some stuff going on. Alphino and Alice got stuff going on. Grahatia? Aye, Kryl may have her hands full while rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes? That man is as strong as you... Is he, though? Strong, I mean. Yeah?
What is your name, boy?
Merod, sir.
Well, Merod, your life is yours to live as you will. But I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe.
I'm not proud of what I do. What choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans.
Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city's gates.
Thank you, sir.
Call me Justinian.
Justinian! Is he a sword dragoon? Look at him being nice!
And he has really come a long way since being all brooding and... If a dragon so much as looks at me wrong, I'll stick my lance up his ass. That's what you sound like. Or what sounded like.
Justinian is... I think he is not as gruff as he makes out to be. Ah, so you noticed it too!
I mean, he definitely used to be that gruff, because she's... Ooh, food. Okay, we got tank pancakes. Skill speed direct hit soup. 8 alien soup. Alien onions are sauteed, simmered with a savory bouillon, then topped with crispy cheese for a simple yet satisfying meal. Is that French onion soup? And we got spell speed. Salad. Also money. But I do already have a massive pile of cleared materia, so it should be good money-wise. I can make up my mind when I reach the end of the quest. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off to Merod. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path.
Bye, Justinian.
To Charlian. Oh, the retainers are done. Oh, Tumblr bookshelf. Okay. I can get GC steals from that. And that, okay. Gonna real quick put this on the market. Oh, that sword finally sold, jeez. I mean, since those are sold, I can... There we go. Back to business.
Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Conra. What might the students do for you? I'm looking for Graha. Where he at? Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mr. Skrile. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Graha, we're going to the nap room immediately.
Ah, Urgika, my good man.
Guess again.
Would you be so kind as to...
Hello.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
Nah, you're good. Your vision's fine. How's the restoration of the students coming along? Since I assume that's what you're working on?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities.
Okay.
We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Val.
Right, yeah.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
Wanna go treasure hunting with me? Please?
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition?
Yes.
I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned.
Graha, are you good? So tense. Look at him. He's such a tense little dude. I love him.
You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Aww.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
Oh, are you sure I can leave? Meanwhile, his eyes are practically sparkling.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Yeah. I mean, I did promise. Granted, first stop is not going to be Ishgard, but hey. You're the first one I went to ask.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Oh. Any specific reason?
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift.
Oh, that was... my bad. I mispressed.
It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
There is a legend that involves him potentially traveling to another world. She might be interested in that. Investigating that avenue. Field trip, field trip, field trip.
Then let us head to the archives at once.
Alright.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Leave Thancred alone?
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like.
Oh.
From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So,
I see.
why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Yeah, let's do it.
Safe travels, you two, but don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Honestly, that's probably the most excited I've heard anyone be excited about, or be about going to the library. Holy shit, the library! Let's go! Whee! Alright. That was the wrong way. And it's probably closer anyway. Keep forgetting that the Studium and the Numenon are different buildings. Is that Pudding Way? I guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all. But I persevere. Once people taste it, they'll be even happier than they were before the apocalypse started. I just know it. Alright. Pudding Way is making pudding. Post-apocalyptic pudding. Bye. Aww. Just taking a little nappy. Well, she wasn't hard to find, at least. He's sleepy. I'm sleepy kitty.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Let her finish her nappies.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Hello. Okay.
Ow!
Oh, oops.
How long have you two been here?
Long enough? Catching up on some light reading?
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
Oh my god, Yustola, please take naps at least. Sleep. What the f— Have you at least eaten? Or hydrated?
You know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself.
I mean, considering that in the future that Exarch Graha came from, it took generations before Garland Ironworks was able to incorporate Omega and Alexander technology into the Crystal Tower to both travel between time and space.
The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Yeah, that.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite.
Welcome, Haler. Hope your day's going good. Sup, nerd? Trying to model arms? Yeah, modeling. It do be like that. But, welcome. I guess I should, preface that this is, Post-Endwalker MSQ, so yeah, this will be spoilers. You do see Catboy. Or at least you did. Yeah, basically, you recently just finished 2.0 in the MSQ. This is 6.1. But hey, that's up to your discretion. I mean, if it's any comfort, I managed to get through at least the main part of Shadowbringers in 2 weeks, so... Granted, to be fair, it's not like I had to balance it with lessons and stuff, so... Alright, back on stream. That sounds good. Well, have a good lurk, and best of luck with modeling your stuff. Will do.
A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Scholar in her element sounding like an old lady. She's not that old, right?
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
Wanna go on a field trip?
Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
After we pick up Urianger.
At Chiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Thalmazane. Where is Thalmazane again? It's not an old Charlian. Right, that's Thalmazane. Okay.
I visited Labyrinthos on several occasions recently, but I've not set fucking Thamazane since the day we boarded the Ragnarok. Oh dang. I don't see Thancred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be traveling with Urianger? They probably split up a bit. They tend to do that.
Ah, our illustrious champion.
Ah, our illustrious bookworm.
Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
I might be tripping, but did the lighting get better in this room? Because it was really bad back in 6.0. Wasn't Thancred with you? What happened?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
Okay.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperids had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperids now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
I mean, they're not wrong. Oh god, was this my fault?
With their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon? So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
Did they renovate Smiletown already? I was just there last week.
But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
Wanna go on a treasure hunt? You can take notes and wax poetically.
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
I should be honored to accept thine invitation.
Yay, we got Urianger. Let's go.
How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Has there ever been a moment where we've had actions not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Please don't jinx it, Y'shtola.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
Okay.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
Ah, Thancred. Don't worry, we always got time for the spoony bard.
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
Oh, you were trying to meet up with the gunbreaker mentor. Damn. So how was your pilgrimage? How was that going for you?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter.
He's improving with his chit-chat? Let's go. Hell yeah.
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together.
Yeah, fair. It was kind of a similar situation after the Seventh Umbral Calamity, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather?
A treasure hunt with a Stinian.
Beneath the waters of the bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
I mean, to be fair, he was already stolen away by the Loporrits, so we're just stealing him from the Loporrits who stole him from you.
It is not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
You sound salty.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters.
I guess that is a fair point.
I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Ah, the thrill of imminent adventure. I never tire of this feeling. Just imagine the possibilities. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone. Orphans, in all likelihood. The homes raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt. The void left by those we have lost cannot so easily be filled. I sent you to recruit Graha, and you returned with an entire survey party. I hope Matsuya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. I will keep an eye out. Alright, now I gotta make a decision. There's money. Not a lot, though, like 1,000 gil. Castor salad. Physical DPS, or just in general physical. French onion soup. essentially, or tank pancakes. This one do got tenacity and determination, though. Yeah, let's go with that. We'll pray to Sandaruva for your safe return. May the wealth of her blessings guide you to the treasure you seek. Thank you. Alzadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. But it be more than simple folklore. Why? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? His undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Oh! Alrighty. Got a dungeon off the bat, right off the bat. Small talk. One can only spend so many days hunched over a desk before it begins to take its toll. A spot of vigorous exploration is exactly what I needed. I am aware that this story about an otherworldly journey may be just that, a story. But even the wildest tale often contains a few grains of truth, and that is worth investigating. A treasure vault of a satrap will surely be filled with diverse traps and devilish deterrents. Caution is paramount. None who enter these ruins come out alive. Well, we shall see about that. On the sun's rising. That's some nice timing. Alright. I guess, let's queue for that dungeon, eh? Oh, and apparently it's, the dungeon that needs completion for unlocking the level 90 dungeon roulette. Nice. There we go. Alzadal's Legacy. Red Major Dancer. I may or may not have just rolled a virtual d4. And it was odd, so we're going with Red Mage. I guess it makes sense to recruit more than just Graha, so you've got your options for party comp. So for... just out of curiosity, let me check. Okay, so you got like 2 options for healers, Raha and Urianger, then you got 3 options for DPS of Raha, Estinian, and Stola, and you got Raha as just the tank, the only tank option. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, there's someone in the tar drip. Oh. Monkeys. Alzadal's legacy. Alrighty. Ooh. That's nice music. Oh, it's the Thavnir overworld theme. It's really nice. Alrighty. Glyph of passage. Oh, okay. So that's what the glyph of passage was. It was the eye on the map. Okay. Oh, cool. All right. Oh. Jellyfish. Different colored tentacles. Okay. Oh. Okay, machine's just going to roll up. Ah, God. Okay. Machinist ways you can't there till the last second. Ah. Okay. Alright. I didn't die, at least. Darbar Ring of Fending. Oh, this is where the Darbar set is from. I've occasionally gotten at least one piece of gear from that set. From whoa. From one of my retainers. Yo, this place is okay. Oh, that's not good. All right. seems we found the treasure. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Alrighty. Hello, Looming Warden Kapikulu. Fancy. Wait, I'm mad. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I got turned around. Any tips on the spikes? Okay, this is the first time. There's spikes? Oh, there's this. Oh. Those spikes. Okay, not technically not spikes, but they're definitely spike traps. Hmm. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh no. I got stuck. Oh! That was not good. Thank you. And lost my entire first. Yay. Love that for me. So it's the yellow ones? Phew. Okay, so the second round of spinning I would need some practice on. Mainly because you're throwing in AoEs and just like, ugh. It was still fun. A fitting sentinel. A hidden room within a hidden vault. I know, right? You found all the treasure, then? There's probably more to it. What is this place? I don't know, time to find out. There's some, like, crisscross fabric up there. That's cool.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Hey, Bashan! What's up, dude? It's slash Vitra, technically. How you doing?
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
Oh, he's so polite.
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret.
Fair.
Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
No!
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Okay, not entirely.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
I wasn't going to touch it, but you know you stole. Wait, why is the music gone? Oh.
You and I will speak later.
Whoops.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
I thought it was funny. Okay.
This
I'm dead.
something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Okay. Oh. What the hell? Oh no, Y'shtola seems happy. That's not a good sign.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Oh. AKA the 13th shard. That explains why Y'shtola seemed, happy to see that. I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. And such a tiny portal will truly be so dangerous. You'd be surprised. Expect you have more questions. Plenty. Ariandu. Even in the learned halls of Sharlayan, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. Yeah, like, void gates are kind of a big deal. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is a product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. Swirling emptiness. It puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Yeah. Yay, got the trust. Perhaps I might linger a touch longer.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities.
Oh, the dueling triad. Or warring triad.
In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya.
Ashdaya. Okay, that's how that's pronounced. Or Ashdaya?
We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-Sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble.
Oh.
She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
Oh, shit.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her.
Damn.
And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
I mean, considering the Alex were fighting against the Meracidians and the dragons, makes sense they would omit their enemy be making a noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat Han was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Is that why Varshan's the size of a kid?
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her.
That's rough, buddy.
What I found was a host of voidsent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed.
Yeah, they tend to do that.
'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
Just a sec, gotta wipe my glasses real quick. Got a smudge on it. There we go.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat Han and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
Right, yeah, when Nero got all, like, crystally looking. I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Because the warding scales function similarly to the Traveler's Ward from Vana, aka the Blessing of Light. And the whole point of that is that it protects someone from getting their ether corrupted. Oh!
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late.
Maybe we could still try.
And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
Millennia have passed since I last saw her, but I see Ashdaya is in memory still, clear and vivid. And 13th. Chaos must consume that world. Retro's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Estinian. His hath been a life entwined with sorrow, even before he became host in Nidhogg's essence. I wondered how one of the first brood could simply vanish and leave no trace of a passage. Now I have my answer. Before we talk to Estrella, hit pet for Vashon. Hold on, actually, I think it reaches too high for his head. God dang it. Okay. They managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gates undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Ratzathan. Alright. So we just got a whole friggin' functioning void gate in an underwater vault. That's definitely not concerning. It looks like the retainers are back from their adventures. Oh, there's the stairs. While I am loath to keep Ryle waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Ritra's trail. It was a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Loperids that a treasure vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders. Maybe not too deadly. Ritra speaks as if Ajdaya is a lost cause. But I wager he feels differently in his heart of hearts. There is much about the Void Gate that I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Ritra to share everything he knows. Oh god. Homegirl's on a mission. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy roams free. They sure do be some nice, floor tiles. Poor girl, just like, oh no, dang, oh, who could have possibly destroyed the sentinels? Oh no, why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. Such guilty faces. We're all just like, oh, nobody tell them. And with that, the vaults will soon be secure once more. I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact. But I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent, and from this side no man would be able to pass through. No man? I would think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is the only one consideration. The true restrictions hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemist, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a servable gate. The process has long since been forgotten, but I had given up searching for Ajdaya. There was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. It has the gate laid dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void scent. but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you should resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? Self-esteem anxiety. Considering that throwing Yashtilla under the bus as a joke didn't end well for me, let's be honest, mostly just to see if the legends were, you know, legit. As you have seen, the fabulous wealth of the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little. The time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. And we won't mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Yep. Oh, you stole Corrections, Your Excellency. Would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Schwalingen as well. Mrs. Skryl was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. It was nice to have you on that little trip, though. I can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with the fresh-faced student at the Baldurstein Annex to accept the first quest. Okay. I hope you enjoyed the expedition, at least. Otherwise, it was a heavy purse to pay for a treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. The difficult part in all of this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Anything to make up for the constructs we broke. And think of your employment as recompense. Serve me as guest advisors, and I will consider the broken constructs paid for in full. Warner and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Meanwhile, elsewhere... Oh. Oh, that's, spooky. That's a big chair. What the hell lives here? Is that the voice sent from earlier? Huh. Okay. Different elements? The heck? Yeah, earth, fire, wind, I think water on the far left.
Hence the breaching of a gate. But it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I felt it too. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. I mean, to be fair, there was like 24 of us. Let him come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. It's time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Fuck. Hello? I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least. Otherwise it was a heavy purse and to pay for a treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. Oh, you already said that. Whoops. Okay, cool. So there's like a whole ass council of like parliament in the void. That's cool. What the fuck? Ooh, more tank pancakes. Oh, and healer compo. Psychon or boil in sugar water to create these sweet bite-sized treats. Ooh. And Psychon Barbaroi. It's direct hit and dead. Okay. Cool. Food. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Conrad, you are to visit Akyali and Yelemad. Speak with Matsya and his people and listen to their grievances. Stidian, I bid you do the same at Palakistan. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. And so you believe that you are ascertained to the needs of the populace. We can reconvene at Megaruta. Sounds good. Alright. Considering we did quite a bit of this in Red Mage, I'll switch back to Dancer. Oh, Conra, we're so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, yes? You finished with the boat, then? Yep.
Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Khalzal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to excuse me. Or why? Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Okay, so having trouble selling fish in Akiali. Yes, sir. Apparently I got a grade 10 critical hit materia. Let me just slot that real quick. There we go. Greetings and welcome, traveler. Is this your first time to Thavnair? You must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. Oh, what could such a wonder cost you, wonder? Normally, I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I am willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Still not turning a profit these days, huh? Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me, we might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have out the coin to buy it at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. Oh, hey! We got a little sprout, apparently. Getting started on Endwalker. I think I saw them with the debuff from the ethereal sickness. Hello. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to this that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Khalzal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. God rest his soul. Okay, what's your report? I'm Megaduda. Okay. Also, Rip Khalzal. You might be missed. But see, my stint on Vrijo's back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Thavnarian was thanking me profusely for saving their home. Aww. He's popular. That's sweet. Ah, my advisor's returned. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. There are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Oh, he do dummy thick. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving.
Resources were stretched to the limit when the refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlimad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Malakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant's gold to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Gavner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles in the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Yedlimad? Currently struggling to sell fish, Yedlimad, having to sell a lot of stuff just to make do. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlimad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Oh! Is it the kid or a different kid? Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome. But we will not. Honra, Histinian, I will consider the perspectives you brought me, and I devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. I would like you to be in attendance while I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance.
Oh good, it's voice acted.
The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Alzadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlimad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
Will somebody think of the children?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Ilshar's orphanage was funded through trade in highly coveted goods. A lot of them I made myself.
Of course. We can draw on trading profits to build a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage.
Ah, so income tax.
Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Kalzal seems appropriate.
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Please!
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation.
Oh dang, Vitra's still got raw portions of his body from scales being removed. Dang.
Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Pancakes. Since I already have the pancakes. Back to the boppin' music. Vitra is warming to his role as satrap. Clearly all those years behind the curtain were not spent napping.
Thank you for putting forth Khazal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You'll forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. The clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahewan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unit construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Field trip, field trip, field trip, field trip. Da, da, da. For one who claims it is too late to save his sister, Vrija seems awfully interested in whatever revelations Y'shtola might have to share. Shall we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say?
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical.
Oh.
For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Yeah, sure, middling.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first.
Oh. See.
And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
I see.
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Oh no. What you looking at me for? Alright, yeah, fair.
Why not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
True. She probably thought of a solution to that.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death.
Okay.
But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the Cloud of Darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Oh, you really did your homework, huh? Count me in.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands.
No pressure.
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
You ain't slick, you Stola. But yeah, also pretty please.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Void Scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan?
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daimir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
It's Graha's favorite place to sneak around. Granted, the shelves are too high for him.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charleon.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves. I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Khalzal Foundation.
Alright.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
All right. Charleon. If we are to enter Numenon's restrictive archives with a minimum of fuss, we must secure the permission of the forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to approach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? Monteshane, maybe? No one springs to mind. What is Scarlock Monteshane? Okay. He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. Settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Yay! If I was pressed to name our allies in the forum, Scarlock Monteshane would certainly be at the top of the list. Hopefully he agrees to aid us with our request. Yeah, Monteshane's the cool guy. We get to go on a field trip with Ishtola. Field trip, field trip, field trip, field trip. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoix took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. He was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. At the last stand after a day of studies? Well, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. Aww. You do care! That's still sweet, though. I do find it a bit funny that in order for her to keep up with just a Peloton, she's got to sprint. On to Shane! Ah, visitors. And it's quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? I forgive the intrusion, Scarlock, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time. I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Delmere has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is in fact precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method for traversing the rift for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. See no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Thank you. You're the realist.
Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortunold, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortunold on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We'll pay him a visit to the Levier estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours. I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity... Of course, Galark. We'll be sure to pass on any revelations. Ah, Master Conra, Mr. Steve Stroller. How may I be of service? You can't speak with Master Fulchino. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well, well. Amelians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. And pray proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. The Garlock Monteshane expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you will not attempt to circumvent the Forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting the siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you would appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will add to your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. So we're in the clear? We're good? We chill? That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed to that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. It is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, the permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. Okay, bye. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising. Aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlian needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses. If I were but 5 years younger, I'd cast aside my lectern and joined you on your adventures in a heartbeat. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on these forbidden tomes. Now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding Avstarmir's research notes, of course. The thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. And you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. And you'll find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Yay! We're going on another field trip! Okay, yeah, the Studium Etherite or Ethernet shard is closer. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist but yawns away from where you found me napping. If I had known Azadal's the third's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Arkan Ishtula and guests identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Yep. Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Stola, no fireball. Please. Ooh. New music?
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Oh. That's a leitmotif from the Great Gubal Library. Yeah. Today in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren. Eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling, like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even a proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though you are tempted to read more, this does not seem to be a volume you are seeking. What the fuck? Why? Alright, let's try this one. In the year 1564, the Sixth Actual Era, the Amalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising if not expected that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Would this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? If with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. These are not the books you are looking for. Show this one. The following pages have detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Damir. Oh, there it is! We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlene's Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. You still will need to make the final confirmation. Hell yeah! Only took 3 times. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies. I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Here you go. Well done, Conra. I think you may have found a prize. Yay! So good. So we're even about me teasing about you being the one wanting to touch the portal, right? Right?
Yes. The ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work.
Oh! Okay. I guess it makes sense. Alchemists and stuff.
Time to see what all the fuss was about.
It is a nice cover. Whoa.
Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
Atomosi.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Oh. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded, for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. Say we return to Thavner and look for her at the Great Work. Alright. Elephant wife. Istula tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? Find the sisters. This is the mark of House Damir. I never even knew such a work existed. You should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was? But that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. Oh, God. To think that Damir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you have glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Damir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlene trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouth simulacrum once we've built it? Are we going in the void? So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. And by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Components? Charlian's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals. But I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrolabe-infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there is known to enliven the flow of ether. Sounds perfect. If you be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition for each other to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? I will meet back here anon. Vulcan knew still requested that I join you, but of her plans she offered scant detail. Boy Murad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Oh, good. Oh, I forgot to mention. The Font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife, and you should watch out for them when, you go over there next time. My apologies. Don't worry. I know about the monkeys. You have that flask for me? There you go. Catches some of that good Aquafina. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Conrad. Ooh. Go with piety. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his land. Right then. Now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsuo's boat again? Not this time. Once Ystola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyaling. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? And all this time I thought the tales of Azadal's horde were no more than drunken sailors' fancies. You need not keep your weapons close at hand. The guardians will not attack if I am present, so I pray you leave them be. It's likely not needed with Vitra along, but I held on to the map against the chance we might return to the ruins. Onto the boat, if you please. We can chat on the way there. The ship is yours to command. Our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting! Azadal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with my own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Here we go. The Weaver's Warding. Thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. It would seem a few stragglers remained. Poor Fritra. He really should have spoken with Estinian before we left. I shudder to think what we've cost them in terms of construct materials. Oh no, Estinian, did you... You broke more constructs, didn't you, Estinian? He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word. No. Maybe not rack up a debt so Jataru doesn't kill us later. I'd appreciate it.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
Oh.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Stay nothing and look meaningfully on the skin yet.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you'd not expect me to wriggle through that tiny portal.
I mean, you could try.
We needn't attempt anything so drastic. A small familiar should serve well enough.
Okay. So that's what the water stuff is for.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
What kind of familiar you about to make? Jeez.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
It's just like, what the fuck did I just see? Ah! That boss. Cool. Right. Oh. She's embarrassed.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
Oh god. Out car. Sorry.
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption.
Oh, like a control and variable group. Okay. I remember that from like high school.
If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Up in foam.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
I keep on testing my luck with her. Worth it. Alright.
Nixies, into the void.
Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal above the Crystal Tower. And the final lash of Ashtaya's tail as she plunged into the void. I struggle with the picture you stole as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons.
Sister, save me. I will never see Yashla the same way again. Rough and firm indeed. Oh god.
We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
Ooh, one of them's looking a bit rough there.
Holy shit!
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the Void Gate.
Ugh.
They're coming through.
Gross. Why is it gotta be imps?
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Mm-hmm.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Una Kalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion.
Harbert's companion, the elven swordswoman. Also the barmaid at the Wandering Stairs.
Silva, the adventurer who traveled with the Warriors of Light. And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns?
Mm-hmm.
I see. So Ciela, or rather Silva, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Una Kalhai.
Mm-hmm.
And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Dude.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Seeing the Void's terror firsthand was the experience, but I doubt fear of such creatures is at the root of Vritra's hesitation. Once Sinjana succeeds in replicating the Mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later?
There's something I must do first. Alright. See ya. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Ahem. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the Wandering Scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Elegant. Technically, yeah, but let's go with Garland Ironworks. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the Warding Scale. Let us visit their operation in Roger's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Warner, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually. Assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. Pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the Void to find a lost dragon. Sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you can say anything that would surprise me after meeting on that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around the scratch on its surface, much as the Void's corruption seeped into Nero through his runes. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any amount which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to trust it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys and with high etherical conductivity, so as to not impede the talisman's primary function. Suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with a design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the Great Work and see how Nidada is getting on with the Mach Atomos.
hey Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
They just built different.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless? Heedless even, in your determination?
Oh.
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Oh.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament.
Estinian snitched.
For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
Why does the guy with the turban behind the main dude look like he about to cry?
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan.
Oh.
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Oh, it's the kids!
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again, too.
Estinian did a nice thing. Will you wallow in uncertainty forever?
You're saying I should seize this chance?
Yep.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzat-Han. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Oh, that was nice. We'll have that utmost built before you know it. When a project like this comes along, we give it our full and undivided attention. Sleep? Ah, who needs it? Oh, that reminds me. I really should finish that other project I was working on for His Excellency. Another project? Okay. What? Someone needed to give that boy a good talking to. You don't suppose I'll be reprimanded, do you? Do you just yell at the satrap? Nah, you're probably fine. I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Ashaya. Convincing others to follow their hearts is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take a lead, had they been here. Nah, you did great. You surprised me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vritra reach his conclusion. It was for the greater good. Worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts. His endless rage, my rage. And the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoska's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vritra that pain, then I will follow you. Any other former scions we should call on? I'd rather not bother our comrades with all less than a dire threat to the star. Before should suffice for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp near the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Oh wait, okay. Conducting our expedition out of the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many scions. At least here in Radzatan, we might be expected to appear road-weary from our local explorations.
I was put up in a guest room in the palace while I awaited my audience with Richa. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar.
And so we will require suitable accommodations. Maybe make something available for our guests.
Well, the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation.
Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you're most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Ashjaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Ninada. If you've preparations to make every venture to the 13th, now is the time.
All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart.
You know what this means to me, Conra, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know.
Oh. Meanwhile, in the 13th. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's definitely gotta be Xenos' avatar. I mean, it's got the arm and... Yep, definitely. Okay.
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
Okay. And so ends 6.1. I know that the stream currently is fairly short compared to some of the more recent MSQ streams, but after the very long streams that happened the past couple of Wednesdays, I think this is probably a good amount of time. Just, you know, one patch at a time. And of course, it's not like Wednesday's gonna be the only streaming days. Later this week, I intend on hopefully streaming some more side quest things. It seems my options have expanded. There's, let's see, there's a thing with the gleaners near the hunt board. There's the thing that's been just unlocked by this MSQ patch. And then there's also the Hildebrand quests. We'll just have to see which one I decide to do whenever that next time comes. For now, call it a day and find someone to raid. Looks like Zombie Tuduna is frogging PS. Give her a wee visit. Zombie is a Bunny Girl PNG tuber that mainly does 14. And very cool person. Let's get that raid started. Okay, Alright, I guess it's just not showing things properly on Streamlabs. That's okay. See you later. I need to double check that. Streamlabs normally puts up the timer countdown and then the button for rating, but seems it's deciding not to do that. Anyway, technical scuff aside, thank you all for joining. Hope to see you next stream and next Wednesday